Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you getting on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. There's actually a bunch of people joining, like 5 or 6. It's
Yeah.
but it seems to be delayed. I think if anyone can't hear me at any point today, would you let me know?
Sorry.
It's saying my network is for some reason shaky, but I have full bars, so I don't know what's going on there. That's not how are you getting on today, Olivier? What's happening?
Getting there. A few more days
Yeah.
for a break. But yeah,
Is,
no,
um,
I'm
is
just trying to finish all my prospecting engine to have everything ready, doing my list, having all that ready to go. And I'm sorry, I got my new phone, which is acting up. And then I'm trying to tie it up, end of the year like that. I got a lot of clients that need to finish stuff. So
yeah.
that's
Is Christmas the primary holiday there, or is it Sinterklaas earlier in the month? Which one is more?
Sinterklaas is for the kids, but when you have grown-up kids, or after that your kids have been 12 or 13, then it moves to Christmas because they know that Sinterklaas is just so it's just one night, okay, where we do something, but it's not like the big thing. It's only the big thing when the kids are small.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Is it like a dinner that you have?
Yeah, we're having a dinner ourselves. Yes.
What's a typical food that you would have?
Oof, we are not typical Dutch in that way. Let's say that Dutch are not known for their gastronomy. It's we have some Dutch meals that we like and that we eat, but a lot of things are based on like mashed potatoes, like we call that stampot. So you got stampot and dijfie. But no, for things like that, we just that depends on. Usually we like to do some little tapas style a little bit, like different little things when we are together. Known for the brownies, yeah, we're known for that, Ben, as well, yeah. and the mushroom pie.
Yeah, that's right.
You can have all your 2026 planning done in an hour. Very good in visualization.
That's funny. No, that's so it's not like a holiday. It's not like a holiday. You don't have time off or anything like that.
Well, they have Christmas Day and second Christmas Day. They call that. So,
but not for Sinterklaas, not for the holiday.
Not for Sinterklaas. No, it's a working day, but basically every company stop around 3:00 in the afternoon to let employees who have kids and stuff be able to get home on time and
gotcha.
So yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. I didn't actually know that. No idea.
But there is a complete tradition with like Zwarte Piet, like they are throwing the helper of Sinterklaas are throwing what they call pepernootje, which is a little crunchy cookie to kids and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a whole thing, and there's a Sinterklaas journal like 1 month and a half before it starts.
Mm-hmm.
The day of Sinterklaas, he comes into the country from Spain. That's the story. He comes with the boat, and there's a whole scenario, and the Sinterklaas journal is following his progress, and there is always a drama and a story. Like he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna arrive for this and this and this reason. And every year is different. So yeah, that's kind of fun.
That's good fun for kids, to be fair.
Yeah, when I arrived in the Netherlands, I thought like, what a very cool tradition for kids.
Yeah.
Really nice. It's
change
like
every year?
We don't have anything like that now.
Does the story change every year, like as to why it can't?
The story about the drama, about the crisis that makes that he might not come, change every year. But yeah, it's
that's good. That's pretty cool, actually. I have no idea. I'm assuming the traditions are very different in Corsica.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know. My family is from Corsica originally, but
Oh, so
I was raised in the south of France. So
what about the south of France? What do they do?
for a while they do Christmas normal. It's like a
Normal, yeah.
big family dinner. Christmas is always a
Right.
big family dinner, and then New Year is with the friends. Yeah, like
Gotcha. And I
party.
think what's that thing in Austria they have? I can't remember the name. Someone must know the name of it. What's the thing they do in Austria with the big scary people? Have you seen that before?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Has anyone seen that stuff? The Christmas thing they do in Austria, where they've got the big scary sort of people in suits that cause chaos.
Okay.
You have to look at this. It's crazy. Like
Okay.
everyone lines the streets. I've only seen it on like social media.
Okay.
People line the streets, and the things like these people in costumes will drive by in trucks with like sticks and hit people and stuff. Like it's pretty
Krampus.
That's
Krampus.
it, Krampus. Yeah, Nathan's got this Krampus, the Krampus.
Oh yeah. Then I remember that remind me that story of in the movie they have like Krampus slap where they like slap each other like that with one which is Krampus. Yeah. Okay. So that's where I come from.
If you go to like the ski resorts over there, that happens. I think it's only in the certain day. If you
Area. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly I'd be terrified. I would not enjoy that at all. Anyway, does anyone have any questions? Do you have any questions yourself, Olivier? Anyone before we dive in to some training today?
No, I ask you my question. I just have to find the place where I have to adjust the sender, the exact place where I have to adjust the sender to be different between my two automations. But then for the rest,
Okay,
it's ready.
No problem. Phil, have you got a question there?
Yeah, Niall, did you get my message
Nope.
about
Other Phil.
the stats checking sheets?
Yeah, I said I actually don't have one. I replied back to that one. I don't know if you saw it. I'm assuming
right.
not. No, I don't have a multi-niche yet. I can probably.
It's fine. I'm putting one together anyway from the stuff I've got. So
Okay, no worries. Sorry. That's the one issue with WhatsApp is sometimes the messages can.
yeah.
No, I did reply and it wasn't. I didn't have one to hand.
Yeah, no worries.
Same. And the other Phil.
Yeah. So, I was just wondering if you have these cool automations that you have for every trade. Is there something like that for the just for the agency? We do have. I asked that question in the group, but I guess there was a lot of other stuff going on. I was curious because I figure you probably have that in some other training somewhere.
I think we do. Yeah, there's a ton we have in Go High Level, but there is. I'm trying to think now if there's a specific. We do because we have a lot for call booking funnels and things. So when someone books a call with you, nurturing, but we've even got long tail nurture. So someone signs up for the email list, it can nurture them for months and months. So we do have those things. Where they are specifically, I can't quite remember, but we can certainly find them. And that's one thing. And I'm open to suggestions here as well. Just to go. The one problem we have with WhatsApp is really, really good for conversation, but things do get buried in conversation, right? So it's hard to come back to things. So if there's suggestions people have for different ways we could do this, because I think Facebook was good because it would put it in threads basically, but Facebook hardly anybody.
Facebook blocks a lot of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
In a group, so
many people post a comment, and a lot
of people don't get it.
Yeah, and it also goes to spam. Actually, it doesn't allow it through. If you ever post a link or something, it doesn't permit it to show up. So, and it doesn't alert me either. So I'd have to actually go into the spam thing and look. And obviously, that's not a natural thing for someone to do daily. So yeah, if there's suggestions for what we could.
Well, the schools come up with a few extra features now.
Yeah, it is.
You got a few extra features for this year now. I forget what it was, but I saw something about it.
The only reason we haven't used School is because it requires someone to log in. Obviously, it's becoming more popular now, and many people will be logged in already. it required people to log into a different platform to get
Mhm.
that. But what I'm looking at is, just like Ben said in the chat, the Go High Level communities. I haven't used them yet.
Oh, I thought that's what your training was on.
The trainings are going to be on Go High Level, but we haven't
Okay.
used the communities themselves in Go High Level.
Oh no, you got it on Teachable, right? Okay.
So in terms of how the community itself works, as in when I say community, it's a separate thing. You've got the training and then you have the community side. I haven't used it. I don't know how the threads work. I don't know how the conversation works. Obviously, everybody here is on Go High Level quite regularly, setting stuff up or their website or whatever. So they're frequently there. So it really is a toss-up between school, between Go High Level, and Ben, that'd be great to have a look. And what was the other one? I think someone suggested WHOP, WHOP before as well. I don't know if anyone's used it.
That's not so good.
You've used it before?
I tried it, and it's a bit of a pain.
Is it? I've never tried it.
That's just my personal experience. I don't know. Others might really like it.
Yeah, it's hard to see from the outside, actually.
Yeah.
On WHOP, you can't really see too much as to what it is like. So, but yeah, I think the logical path is, if we had it on Go High Level, then you would have the software, the systems, etc. on Go High Level. You would have the community, and you would have the training all in one place. So you don't have to log into multiple different areas. And then I think we can also integrate WhatsApp into Go High Level, so that you can actually have it literally all in one. That would be the logical path for us. But
that makes sense.
Yeah, I have to have a look, a little play around with it and see where we end up. So yeah, that is Nathan, if you want to record a video or something like that and walk us through, that would be. And Nathan, is that in Go High Level you're talking about, or is that in school? Go High Level. Okay, yeah, that'd be awesome. Everything Go High Level. Yeah, so we'll have a look at that. But that's the one thing. WhatsApp is really, really good. I want to keep that. The conversation is great, but it does, if we can have a thread system, a thread feature where we can have questions stay somewhere, so I can look back and never miss any questions or anything like that. Because all it takes is, I've not been feeling too well this week, so I've been a bit slower and waking up a bit later and things like that. So it's so easy for me, if I'm feeling like not great, to lose the conversation, right? So I'm trying to fix that. Problem. And because it's a good feature to have, but obviously every change that you make comes with a feature / drawback. So we're trying to overcome the drawback of WhatsApp. Let me just see here in the chat, into the discussions. All right, I'm just going to open that link up, Ben, and I'll keep it for, looks good so far, but I'll keep it for later, just so I can have a little dig around, have a look. Vince, do you have a question there? Vince, you there? I think your mic may not be working again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The question I had was concerning the emails for the hyper personalized. Now, when we set that up we set them up for ourselves, for our leads. Is that something that we could set up for the leads for the specific niches for their customers as well?
Depends what kind of customer it is, yeah. But yeah, typically that works best with business, like B2B, simply because they have a website that we can pull information from. They have LinkedIn profiles. We have a source of information to pull from. Mm-hmm. So if you're working with an accountant where they're working with other business owners, 100%, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so it has to be B2B.
Typically,
yeah. What as far as you suggest from sending emails, you know how you have in your Go High Level, you have your subdomain. I was thinking of making a subdomain for just to send emails for the particular customers, like the niche niche base, like say if I was doing plumbers. Would you suggest just setting that subdomain up? I know you could set it up for them on their domain, but what would you suggest? Let me run this thought by you. Better question. If I set up a domain and just set that company's name as a subdomain and just use like a Go High Level sub account for just all my emails. You understand what I'm saying?
What kind of? I'm not quite.
Okay, so you have your subdomain for my own business for Go High Level. Then so say you sign up a plumber and they don't use any email marketing, but you know that they don't use like a specific company for their email marketing, but they just email their customers.
Yeah.
So when you get ready to email them, then if they have a shabby email company, I mean, how does that work? Am I setting up the email to be sent to their customers via the Go High Level subdomain? Like just say if it's Plumbers USA and their subdomain is customers, then I'm setting the email to be sent from Go High Level using their domain name. Is that something that's going to really work very well, or they're going to have to like warm that up as well? Because every time you do this, it seems like you may have to warm it up.
You shouldn't have to warm it up simply because it is there. These are all really existing customers or existing leads who have heard from them before, opted in, etc. So it's a little bit different when it comes to warming up emails. You don't really have to for that because naturally the open rates are going to be much higher. It's not cold, so I wouldn't.
But with the referral, that would be from like a new customer based on.
Yeah, but you're sending the email to their existing customer, who then refers other people. So you're not the one contacting the referral. The referral's coming to you or business owner.
Okay.
As a result of the conversation, that it's like I speak to you. You then go find someone else and you bring them to me. That's the way it works. So I'm only ever emailing you, right? Which as you'd open it, except that's the same stuff.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's like a share link type thing.
Basically, yeah. Okay. Or contact X, mention my name or such, things like that. Things you've seen in the real world.
I get you. All right.
And as for the domains themselves, when it comes to a customer, you can connect their existing domain, a little more legwork, and you can create a subdomain. Oftentimes, what I'll do, if they paid $1,000, I will take and I'll just plumbers USA .co or something. I would just buy like a $12 domain and use that to save the back and forth. Because honestly, $12 for the time it takes to go back and forth, I just think whatever.
It's easier.
Yeah, just easier to do that. But you can use their domain. So there's two options there. One is the faster and easier way, and one's harder, but doesn't cost anything. So you can choose.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Olivier? Hey, did you?
Yeah. Sorry, I had put it down. It was just a comment at the beginning to try to explain what Vincent's saying.
Right. Gotcha. No worries. Nathan, were you the very same, or did you have something else?
The same, exactly the same.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Does anyone else have any questions they wanted to cover? I'll come back around at the end as well, so don't feel like you have to ask now. But if not, we can dive in. Give you a few seconds. All right, so today's training is a little bit different to not really what we normally do, but it's different in the sense that many people here would have experienced the workshops. In fact, I think pretty much everybody would have experienced the workshops that we run, and we've run these workshops for years. And I thought, okay, well, this is actually directly applicable to what you're doing. It works for any service. basically, any service. And honestly, nobody else does it out there. I've never ever seen this. I did this because it follows our principles. You've seen webinars, you've seen all that kind of stuff, but I have never actually seen it, and I could be wrong. You can tell me, there's other people that do this. I have never seen it. This is something that I did not learn somewhere. I purely did it from what I thought would work, what I thought was needed, and obviously following our principles. And it works incredibly well. So I've never really shared how we do this before. I've never really shared the process that we go through or why we do it like this. But today I thought I would. And I think it would really, really benefit everybody here. And as I said, you've seen it in action, right? You've literally 2.5 weeks ago, you may have experienced this yourself and actually seen how it all works. Now you're going to see the nuts and the bolts, the behind the scenes, the thought processes, and how you can replicate this exact process. This is going to be fantastic for the new year, right? This is, and I'm talking about scenarios where you can get, I mean, I'm not even exaggerating whatsoever. You can get 10 clients, and I'm understating that, to be perfectly honest. I've dialed that down. 10 clients in 3 days, right? We're working with you. 10K in MRR in 3 days. And that sounds ridiculous. And I appreciate that. Sounds absolutely ridiculous. But I can tell you for a fact, that's exactly how it works, and significantly more than that. But the point is, these are processes that you can run throughout the year. They can run without you. They can run automatically. They can convert customers. They can book calls in your calendar that are ready to go without you actually having to be there. So I thought, share. Now, as ever, when I go through these workshops, I am on a different tab than you are. So I can't see. And I'm just checking here that the slides look the same. I think I have to stay on this tab with you here for it to look good. Okay, so this is the magic of a 3-day workshop that really nobody knows about. And like I was saying, a 3-day workshop can bring you 10 clients in one go at the start of the new year. It's perfect timing to do this. You're not pitching people. You're not discounting your services. You're not running sales calls constantly. This is like laser targeted. What we do is we put the right people into the right environment long enough for clarity to build. And that's what I want to show you. So most people think that a webinar or even a workshop is 90 minutes long, right? And they then complain that people don't attend, or you generate leads for a webinar and only 50% of people attend on a good day, and people drop off, etc., etc., etc. They also say webinars don't work anymore. You've probably seen that. You've probably heard that out there so many times, but I can tell you, if you do it like this, it works really, really well. Now, I haven't seen this before. Like I was saying, I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it used anywhere. I created this for myself because it follows the principles, which is 95% value. Then, if you want to take the natural step after it, I simply explain what the natural step is. I don't sell people. I don't hard sell. I don't really do unnatural discounts. If it's Black Friday, Cyber Monday, sure, because that's a natural deadline, right? That's a special offer. Of course, but you've seen the countdown timers and things like that before, right? That are just random. Don't do that. We don't have to do that. We don't have to touch any of that sort of stuff. 95% value, 5%. Not selling. They say in webinars you do something like 30% value, 70% selling. This is 95% value. 5% explaining the next natural step. It's very different from selling. So this is the workshop strategy. This is how we do it. Now, we're not selling anything. It works perfectly for selling the AI legacy system. You'll see how, I'll come into this in a few minutes, but you'll see how it literally fits in perfectly, seamlessly, like a jigsaw puzzle. And it works for any service as well. If it's social media, if it's call booking funnels you're building, if it is running paid advertising, if it's email systems, it doesn't matter what you do. This is an extremely powerful, I'm not even going to say lead generation method, because it's much, much more than this. This taps into psychology. You can get business owners on the workshops and it will do the work for you very, very quickly and at volume. I know, I don't think is here today, but she's been running workshops or trainings like this, and it's worked really, really well for her because of the psychology behind it. She's been getting people paying her for Go High Level because of running workshops. She does it through her Instagram. It's the same philosophy though, right? It's the exact same process. And many people on this call will know Asa as well. She's often on these calls. So you can get these business owners on these workshops at volume. So it's one to many. We're not doing one-to-one, one to many people. And the 3-day workshop has a few key characteristics that stand out and differentiate you from everybody else. Now, before we talk about how this applies specifically to things like the AI employees, database reactivation, reputation management, the referral engines, or as I said, even if you're doing call booking funnels, even if you're doing SaaS, it doesn't matter. This works incredibly well. I want to make sure that we're aligned on what a workshop actually is. And of course, what it isn't. A workshop is not a webinar. A webinar is designed to persuade within a short window of time. It's usually 90 minutes long. We've all been on webinars before. We've all experienced them, right? They're 90 minutes long. They build up this crazy story kind of thing, the rags to riches story. They then don't really give much value. They just sort of dangle the carrot a little bit and then pretend they're going to give you value. They'll tell you 3 things you're going to learn that you don't learn. And by the 30-minute mark, they're flipping to pitching you, right? And that pitch goes on for 60 minutes. And how many of us have experienced that before, right? You feel like you just wasted your time for 90 minutes straight. That's the most frustrating thing. And I hate that. There's nothing more than I hate, because it's time spent. It's, you're not only sure you're spending money, but you don't want to waste your time. And I think when these webinars do that, when they do not really give you the value you were looking for, I've said it before as well. I remember buying a workshop, and it's someone that you've probably seen on Facebook ads many, many times, and you see their ads everywhere. And it was $97 for this, what was framed as a workshop or like a session or something. $97, and it was 25 minutes of information. And to be fair, yeah, it was information. It was actually some training, but then it was another 60 minutes of pitching me on this high ticket product thing. It frustrated me though. It created this sense of frustration that I wasn't getting what I had paid for. And it was almost like a means to an end, right? It didn't actually help me. So that's typically what a webinar looks like. It's designed to persuade someone, build belief in a very short period of time. It's usually 90 minutes long. Most of that time is framing. They're framing and positioning and warming people up for a pitch that dominates the final third of it. People actually feel that. The webinars worked really, that form of webinar worked really, really well 4 or 5 years ago because people didn't know the sales process. The second they know the sales process, they start to tune it out. They don't listen to it anymore. That's why you see people saying webinars don't work, because people understand the sales process now. More and more people attended webinars. They saw the behind the scenes. They waited for the pitch. They felt that frustration. They no longer want to attend webinars. That's why I always say you have to give to people. You have to give to them. You have to give them the value that they're looking for, because it's no longer a sales process. It's simply the next step if they want it or not. And there's nothing wrong if they don't want it. That's perfectly fine. But it's just the next step. There's no hard selling. There's nothing they lose by not doing it. It's the difference. So even with a webinar, even when the content is good and it's solid, there's always that sense. And you probably know, I want you to think back to all the webinars you've attended. I'm sure we've all attended them before. Think back to the feeling you had. You felt like you were moving towards something all the time, and it creates this sense of resistance. A workshop is completely different. It's multi-day. It's a multi-day environment, and it allows us to slow everything down. right? And they focus on one problem, and we're allowed to think clearly. One of the biggest issues with webinars is impulse. People buy through impulse. They stay for 60 minutes, they feel the pressure, they buy, even though it might not be the right fit. That's going to create problems for you. That's going to create future problems. The workshop strategy, people think it through. They've got days to think things through. That's the difference. It's the quality. You get the top tier people that are going to take action. And that's what we all want, right? You want clients that are going to come in, they're going to implement the systems, and they're going to take action. You don't want the ones that are just, paying you your $1,000 per month and hoping for the world to change. You don't want that person. You want the person who has thought about it, who's actually come to the conclusion that it's the right fit for them over a period of time. It gives people space and breathing room. We're not pressurizing people. They can apply concepts, they can ask questions, they can digest information, and it builds and creates this sense of trust, proximity, which means, of course, being close to you. And it allows them to build that sense of comfort as well. That's the difference. Webinar is like a hash bash sales vehicle. This builds a relationship. That's the difference. That's why it works. That's why when you see people saying webinars no longer work, it's because of this. It's a completely different mechanism. And like I said, nobody taught me this. This was literally just through experience from doing it and building relationships with people. Now, the workshop is not an event. It's like an environment. It's a temporary space where people are allowed to slow down. They focus on one specific problem, challenge. They think clearly as to what the next steps. They're not being pulled by 10 different directions. They dedicate time to it as well. And that's why workshops work so well, to build that required trust. Now, you may have seen out there before people who run 7-day challenges. Probably seen that out there. Somewhat of a similar principle. I don't like the 7-day challenge because I think it's too much time to ask somebody to concentrate. 7 days, that's longer than a working week, right? Is too much time to ask someone to concentrate. What I want in that workshop environment is I want people to be thinking quite intensely over the course of 3 days. I want them to be understanding the concepts. I want them to be getting value. I want them to be going through a transformation on the workshop itself without asking for too much time. 3 days is pushing it already, but it's just the perfect amount, because one, it will filter out the ones who are not as committed to it, and it filters the ones who are very, very committed to it. And that's you want these tier 1 clients. That's who you want to be working with, because they're going to get results. That's the difference. Now, workshops convert based on psychology. Psychologically, people make better decisions when 3 conditions are present, right? There's a sense of clarity. So they understand exactly what's happening. They understand the processes. They've had time to have their questions answered. So it makes sense in their world. Perception is a big factor when it comes to sales. How someone perceives something is everything. I can say something and someone can understand it from a completely different lens based on their background. I can't control that. I can't control how they perceive something. The only thing I can control is adjusting how they perceive something when they start telling me and explaining it to me, right? So if you think about a webinar, it's a one-way street. It's information, 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 or pitch, pitch, pitch. There's no time for that information to process. There's no time for someone to come back to you and ask questions based on their understanding, which you can then readjust to the right way of thinking of it. That's, again, think of these are the little differences. All these things that I'm saying are the little differences. Then you've got safety or trust. So there's no sense of pressure, right? We're not waiting for a pitch at the end of every day. There's no countdown timers. There's no scarcity at all with it. It's just a space to think clearly without worrying about the sales process. And that's the key. We don't have to, people understand information differently when they expect a sales process to happen, right? It's almost like they listen with one ear because they know what's the agenda here, what's the agenda, what they're trying to do here. They listen with one ear. Whereas when you run a workshop like this, it creates this environment of safety because there's nothing to sell. It's training. So they digest it a lot more, not in depth. They digest it a lot more deeply. They really feel it and they understand it and they apply it to their world. They think about it. Now, remember what I'm saying here. They've got clarity, time to ask questions from their understanding. They've got safety, that environment where it's pure learning, nothing to worry about. It digests. They get to think about it a bit more. Both of these elements are time spent, right? They're spending time. They're spending more time with you. Then you've got momentum. Now, momentum isn't just making progress from a sense of physical action. It's actually momentum in the thought process. They are developing their expertise. They are developing how they think about something, their understanding, their belief, their sense of hope as well, because they're seeing things through a different lens, right? They've got, if we talk about the AI legacy systems and working with, say, chiropractor can go, if you run a workshop for them, they can go through a process where they currently believe they have to pay a fortune to get more clients. Then all of a sudden on the workshop, you present to them, look, no, we can actually do this and make you more money, drive your revenue forwards without you spending a fortune. So it changes how they see something. I'm not changing their behavior. I'm changing how they see something. That builds momentum. That builds excitement. That builds hope. Whereas if they read it on a page, slightly different. Number one, I can't control their perception, how they understand something. And number two, I can't take them through that momentum process. So a workshop has all three of these mechanisms: clarity, safety, and momentum. Each of these is time spent with you. Your goal in if you can get a client and you can get that client to spend 15 minutes per day with you, just generally speaking, Monday to Friday, you're going to retain that customer. There's math behind this, right? There's a lot of proof. 15 minutes per day of digesting what you do. And this isn't me talking about workshops here. This is me speaking generally. If you get that client to spend 15 minutes with you per day, not with you, but consuming your content, whatever that may be. And people might think, well, content only works for new customers before they come in. That's not right. That's incorrect. Content is actually far more effective at retaining customers than it is getting them. So your existing clients, when you have them and they come on board, your content actually nurtures them. When they see you on Instagram, when they see you on YouTube, posting on YouTube, when they read an email, all of these little micro actions, or they read a post or whatever, all these micro actions are time spent with you. You don't have to be there though. It builds up. So trust is building in the background without you even doing it. Now, I want you to think about this. I said that 15 minutes per day retains a customer and builds a lot of trust and has a massive impact. Well, imagine 90 minutes per day for 3 days straight. Think about how much more impact that will have on someone. If time spent is the key metric we're looking for, we're skyrocketing the time spent on a condensed period of time. And it's not just what you might think of the 90 minutes of a workshop per day. No, it's not quite that. It's even more, but I'm going to show you that in a few minutes. So a full 3-day workshop creates all three, or has all three of these characteristics. The clarity comes from the structured explanation over time, over those 3 days, asking questions, not information overload, just little pieces at a time, giving someone time and enough space to digest it, just little bits, one step at a time. Safety comes from the absence of pressure, so there's no scarcity at all. And momentum comes from progressive understanding. Each day builds on the last day, the previous day. Now, this is especially powerful in January. January is one of the only times per year when business owners are actively open to restructuring, right? They want to do it. They're motivated to do so. They're reviewing the previous year. They're thinking about what didn't work. They're thinking about the system's stability and doing things properly instead of trying to patch problems together like last year, right? They think I do this in December personally, and in January I do it from two different lights. My December is more reflective. I look at what did I not do, and my January is what do I have to do based on that. So I do this. Everybody does this. We all do it, right? January is the time to do it. So they're thinking about what didn't work and making everything right with that new year. Now, in January, people are already asking the questions your workshops answer. How do I stop things slipping through the cracks? How do I create consistency? How do I reduce reliance on staff, expensive new customers? How do I build something that runs without me chasing everything? These are the questions they're asking. A workshop meets them at the exact moment they need this solution. We're not pitching. We're giving them the solution. It's simply a choice if they want to implement the solution themselves or if they want to take the fast track and have us do it for them. And that's the difference. Think about how I'm positioning that. The workshop gives them the solution. We're not, the difference with a webinar is it doesn't give you the solution. It never gives you the solution. It only gives you the idea. The workshop itself gives you the solution. It just, at the end of it, presents the fast track to implementing it if you don't want to build it yourself. That's it. It's a natural step. It's a natural decision for them. Now, there's another element to this that most people completely overlook, and it's the real reason that workshops outperform traditional webinars. It's all about time. It's not necessarily about the session length, just like I was saying earlier. It's not about the 90 minutes they spend with you. That's obviously an important component of this, but it's the whole thing. Now, one question I would ask you at this point is, we're talking about 3 days of workshop, and I can tell you, having built many of these, it's not easy to do this. It takes a lot of preparation, right? It takes a lot of coordination, connecting everything together. There's a lot more work that goes into it than it might seem. You see the final product of it. There's a lot more to it, and it's 3 days, and it's very tiring. It's intense because, you know, you're answering questions throughout the time as well. And it's all at the same time. You could have 50, 60, 100, 150 people asking you questions all at the same time across different platforms, right? From communities to emails to everything, all at the same time. It is intense. Now, I say that not to ward you off doing this, because the question would be, would you spend 3 days doing it if it built 10,000 a month of recurring revenue with 10 clients in an extremely short space of time? Is it worth that to you? Is that 3-day intensity worth the outcome? Because people don't just watch a single session and then move on to the next day. That's not how it works. At face value, you may think, well, people come for day 1, then they come for day 2, then they come for day 3. That's not true. That's far from it, actually. What actually happens, and this is a very, very important part, what actually happens is afterwards, after day 1 has been completed, they rewatch sections that made something click on the recording. They ask questions between days. They start mentally applying what they're learning to their own business. They notice problems they didn't notice before. So we're creating this, we're breaking down their belief. We are the belief that they're limited. We're breaking that down. Then we're rebuilding the belief and hope using a different process, right? The new process, the new system. That's the whole point of it. It takes them through this journey. It takes them through this transformation. Now, you'll notice with our workshops, what we often do, and it's not a perfect science because time zones happen, people watch things at different times. What we typically do is we have the workshop live. Of course, we host it live. Then the recording will be live for 24 hours. Now, it's usually live for 24 to 28 hours because of time zones, right? People might watch something for a certain time, or they're working, or whatever the scenario is, right? They might be busy. So we usually have a little bit of buffer there, but it's typically 24 hours. And then at the end of it, like a week later, we'll actually upload. It's training for people, right? It's like the entry path. So we'll actually upload it privately so that people can rewatch it after they've taken the steps, because it refreshes them on it. So we're not making this disappear forever. It's like a private access that they get. So the day one recording is live basically for 24 to 30 hours, I would say. Then the day two recording is live. The day two recording is active for 24 to 30 hours. Day three recording is live. So the reason we have the time limit is because we want to create that linear progression from day one to day two to day three. So they have to consume day one before they get to day two, because it doesn't make sense. It becomes disjointed. And we want people to be thinking along the right way, the right path, the right wavelength. They do that by digesting the information. Now, what happens is they will attend day one. They will then rewatch certain parts of day one later on to maybe isolate part of their problem, understand something. Maybe they want to think about something a little bit more deeply. They'll rewatch that part. More time spent with you, right? You're not there anymore, but it's more time invested in you. Then we open up the questions. People can ask questions between the days. Again, more time spent with you. Then we wind down from day one. People are thinking about it. They're thinking about what they learned, the key insights. Then we start warming up for day two. Basically the preamble, right? It warms them up for the second day of the workshop. It reminds them to go back to day one, refresh, jog their memory on what was said in day one before they attend day two. But what have I just said here, right? What have I just said here? We've got conversation, communication. We've got rewatching. We've got reminders and email content. We've got videos and content going out. Before day one, after day one, winding down, warming up for day two, which then coordinates with day one once again to rewatch it. What is this? That's a 24-hour period of time spent with you, but you just did 90 minutes. So all the time someone is spending with you here, then of course it replicates here. They spend more time with you. So over that period of time, over that 3-day workshop, they're not spending 90 minutes a day with you. It's more like 3 to 4 hours of thought in their head that you spend with them. So multiply that across 3 different days. That's 12 hours directly with you in a 3-day period. That's intense. That's trust. It builds that belief. It builds that ability to then convert after it. And that's exactly what you can do. You follow this process for car dealerships or chiropractors or whatever. And you might say, well, what if they won't spend 90 minutes per day? Of course, you're going to get some people that don't want to spend that time. I had people tell me after the workshop that they never, ever, ever spend 3 days watching something, but they did for hours because of the structure, right? This is designed to attract the right person, to attract the people that you like, the ones that you want to work with, not the ones that are going to be difficult for it. That's the secret behind it, right? It's attracting the right person. So they're spending so much time with you. They start mentally applying what they're learning to their own scenario. They are Instead of you having to tell them, well, this applies here or there, they're breaking down their own objections. They're thinking about their business. They are thinking about how it would apply, how they can execute on it or action it, and then progress. If you've ever been on a sales call before, the objections people have, right? They think, well, how does this apply to me? I have to go think about it. Well, what are we doing here? In between days, we're thinking about it. So all of these problems that come up, we're intentionally creating the environment where it's all possible. They can do that. All of this is time spent with you, and time spent with you is the single biggest driver of conversions. It's not about persuasion. We're not trying to persuade or convince anybody. It's not about urgency. It's about familiarity and building that trust with you. The more time someone spends in your world, hearing how you think, how you structure the problems, how you approach the solutions, the higher your conversion rate becomes. That's why this works. So if you did run this for med spas, if you did run it for even if anything, plumbers, they'll never do it. The right ones will. They absolutely will. You'll be surprised at how many people will actually sit, and maybe they won't attend with you live. Maybe you don't want to do it live. Maybe you want to do it pre-recorded. They will watch the recordings. They will go through this process, because what it is short bursts of learning. It's a very low, although it might feel like 3 days is a lot to ask, 90 minutes is not. And it typically can be 60 to 90 minutes of a workshop, right? Pre-recorded, probably closer to 60. 60 minutes, and they can go through the information instead of having to go through courses and things. 60 minutes of their time, and they get the outcome they want. It's a low ask. It's not a big ask. It's a low ask. But again, there's no sales here. There's no sales here. There's no sales for 95% here. So they're actually benefiting greatly from this. And that's where the 95-5 rule comes from. This is a rule you cannot break. 95% of the workshop must be pure value, not disguised as value, not teach enough just enough to pitch someone. It has to be real value. It has to give them clarity. It has to reframe how they see certain problems, and it has to help them understand, right? And this is the key. If you try to pitch from day one, it's not going to work. It will never work. That's why people struggle with webinars and such. The secret is in this. The secret with everything that we do is in this 95% value, because it builds reciprocation, right? That's the idea. It builds. We give endlessly. And what does that do? When we do present something, people love it. They want it because they know we're going to deliver quality. It builds a trust. So only 5% of the workshop is about the offer. I say 5%. It's probably more like 2%, to be honest with you. And even that 5% is not a hard pitch. All it is simply next steps. And if you've ever felt like, oh, I don't know how to sell, or I get nervous when I sell, or I feel a little bit icky if I try and sell something, this is your solution, because we're not selling anything. All we're saying is, here's your problem. Here's what you have to do to fix that problem. Here's all the things you need to know. Now you can do that, or if you want us to just do it for you, there's a special offer on it for you if you want to do it. It's like the takeaway, right? If you don't want to do it, that's okay. You can do it yourself. But if you do want us to do it for you, we can take care of it. That's not selling anymore. It's so much easier than that. It's so much more natural and conversational. That's the difference. That's the secret to it all. Now, let's talk about putting this into some context here. For this one, as I said, this can be used for anything. Call booking funnels, it can be used for paid ads, it can be used for content marketing, whatever service you want, it can be used for this. It can be used for the SaaS offers as well, everything. We're going to use the AI legacy system as an example of how it can be used to give it some context here. Now, if you're running this system, you're not selling software or systems or anything like. You're not selling automations. You're not selling features and benefits. None of this at all. What you're selling is continuity. You're selling a system that quietly sits underneath a business and it produces value every single day for them. People need to understand what they're stepping into with you. And that's where the 3-day structure comes in. So for context, we've got AI employees here, which basically convert leads automatically, take the place of a receptionist essentially. We've got database reactivation, which reactivates the old leads. We've got review management reputation systems, which build their 5-star reviews. And we have the referral engine, which brings more customers in from the customers they already have. All of this together forms a system. So that's the legacy system. That's how it works. We plug that into their business. Now, remember, it's all about outcomes. It's never about the features and benefits here. So what does day one? I'm just going to jump to the chat here quickly. Vince was saying this was my next question about setting up the different niches, going through a demo training, so how to use a back office once our system is set up. And Daryl's asking for each workshop, we can invite business owners from different niches, or is it? I would probably do one niche per workshop, just so it's contextually valuable to them. So I would isolate the niches, and going through a demo training session. It's somewhat a demo, but it's more outcome focused. A workshop is more transformational, Vince. It's more about building that belief and building the awareness to the. Think about problem and solution, right? You've got the problem aware people, and first of all, you've got the completely unaware people, right? They're at the very start. They have no idea what's going on. Then you've got problem aware. Then you've got solution aware people, and there's like hyper solution aware after that. But basically, problem aware people know they have a problem. That's the majority of the people you will speak to. They don't know what the solution is. Solution aware people know they have a problem. They know roughly what the solution is. A good example of this is sales funnels, right? People who sell products, let's say digital products. Some people have no idea how to sell them. Some people know, I need a sales funnel to sell them. I just don't know which one. They are solution aware. They know what they have to do. They just don't really know how to actually put it into action. So these are typically the two types of people. What we do is we have to take the problem aware people and transform them by showing them the solution to their problem. With the solution aware people on the workshop, what we do is we show them why this is different to what they've seen before and the logic behind why this is a solution to their exact problem. So these workshops are more about transforming that belief, taking them from problem aware to solution to then buyers. That's the pathway. Unaware people at the very, very, very start, a little bit harder to deal with, but you won't, in business, you will not come across. The only time you would come across it, right, is if you're working with a plumber who still worked with a notepad and pen, and that's all they had, right? They still kept all their transactions in the little books that they get. Their calendar is still written into a little book. You know, the ones I'm talking about, they're so far behind the curve. Those are unaware people. Very, very unlikely in the markets that we're getting into that you'll come across those people. Very, very unlikely. So I personally wouldn't worry too much. I have to deal with that a bit more in what we do, but typically we always focus on problem aware and then the solution aware people as well. So hopefully that answers your question there. That's what the workshops should focus on. So day one of that workshop, as I said, there's 3 days. So day one of the workshop is all about reframing how business owners think about their problems. Most businesses believe they have a lead problem or a marketing problem. But when you look closely, they don't really lack the opportunity. They lack the systems behind it to actually monetize the opportunity that's there. They already have databases. And again, I know there was a bit of a Q&A there, but this is in the context of the automation systems. But again, you can apply this to anything. So for this context, they already have a database. They already have past customers. They already have old inquiries, people who showed interest and they were never nurtured properly. On day one, you help them see that the revenue leaks don't come from a lack of effort. They come from a lack of infrastructure. Now, one very, very important part is that phrase, lack of effort. They don't come from a lack of effort. Why do I say this? Well, in order for us to sell something, we don't want someone to feel like they're in a position of lacking something, right? We don't want them to feel as if, we want them to be feeling a lot more confident. Now, if we tell them, look, it's not your fault, the guardrails, the barriers go down, the defense goes down because they all of a sudden we are relating to them. It's not your fault. No one's ever told you this. You couldn't have known this. No one ever told you that you're too busy, fixing the kitchen sink, or you're too busy running your accountancy practice to know that you could have all these systems in place. Of course you don't know. It's not your fault. We have to take the blame, that feeling like they're behind and overwhelmed. We have to take that away from them, and we have to make sure they feel cared for and nurtured in this time, right? And that's where, when I say it's not because of a lack of effort, terms like that, I want you to take those as little nuggets. Those terms make a big, big difference because it aligns with them. So you explain why relying on staff or memory or manual processes starts to create the inconsistencies. This is why leads slip through the cracks. This is why they don't feel as if they convert leads. This is why income feels very unpredictable for them. So again, all the emotions and the feelings they have, we're connecting it to the problem here, right? I'm saying, like, this is why. It's not your fault, but here's why you feel this way. Here's why you feel like you get no referrals. Here's why you feel as if you generate leads and pay marketing companies, but never get anywhere. None of it's your fault. Then we bridge the problem with the solution, but a very simple idea. We don't want to overwhelm this. Remember what I said earlier. We take one step at a time. So you introduce a simple idea. Businesses don't need more effort. They need structures, infrastructure that never forgets, that just works on autopilot. Infrastructure that never gets tired. Infrastructure that never drops the ball. So by the end of day one, what we've done is we've aligned with them. We understand their problems. We've pointed that out. We've broken down the barriers. We've built trust because we're saying, look, it's not your fault that you don't know any of this. It's not your fault. And then you're connecting with the emotion they feel, the outcomes they want, but the emotion they feel, which then allows you to bridge to the solution. Now, we're not going to give them a solution on day one. We're going to hint towards it because it builds excitement, but it's too much information at this point in time. Remember, we need people to digest in that day one period. I want them to ask questions about how they feel on day one. Their problems, like, I want them to think about the current problems in their business. Why? Because instead of me telling them they have these problems, they come up with the problems themselves that they have. They tell me their problems, the other way around, right? You see how that works? We're flipping this on its head entirely. This is what happens in day one. It's not like a therapy session. There's elements to that. It's the psychology. I'm breaking down those barriers, and then what I'm doing is making them feel safe. Okay, now I understand why I've struggled for so long. Now I understand what I want. I've got clarity on what I want going forwards. They've proven expertise to me. They know about med spas. They know about, they know about our problems. They nailed exactly what we experience. They know everything about it. I can't wait for day two till I get the solution for all these problems. So they're building the trust, right? Hopefully this is starting to click in your mind. You see what I'm saying here. So by the end of day one, they should feel relieved, not overwhelmed. Relieved that the problem isn't them. Relieved that there's a simpler way to think about this. Then we move on to day two. Day two is where belief starts to form. This is where you introduce, again, contextually, the AI legacy system. not as an offer, but as an operating system. You walk them through the 4 pillars. AI employees. You explain that these are not replacements for staff. They're role-specific systems that basically take care of their lead conversion, that take care of the calls, that maximize their Google Ads ad spend, to make sure they don't lose any business. Simplify all the problems. This is the key. We go through each of these elements. So what we're doing here is we're giving them the solution. Day 1 is where we expose the problem and improved understanding of their problems. We hinted at the solution. Now day 2, we're giving them the solutions. So when we think about these solutions, we describe them. Well, yesterday we said you're missing calls. People are calling the business at 7 p.m. ready to go, intent-driven leads, and you're missing them. You miss 1 call per day. It could be $160,000 per year you're missing. Again, watch the other for that calculation. Watch the other sessions, but that's typically what it can be. Missing 1 call per working day can quite easily result in $60,000 gone each year. So building the problem, positioning the solution. Paying marketing companies a fortune all the time for leads that never convert. All those leads that you've got in your database just sitting there. Problem, solution. Bridging the solution again here, right? This is how you solve that problem. On Google, you are losing business to people who are better reviewed than you are. You don't have a system for getting more reviews. You're losing your local visibility because you don't have enough reviews coming in. The most modern, these days, in order for people to actually come into your business, they will check the reviews first. You don't walk into a restaurant without reading the reviews. You don't book a hotel without reading the reviews. So they're losing business by not having that. So how do we solve that? Reputation management systems. Again, the automations behind it all. Then finally, they're paying a fortune on new marketing costs. And again, I'm giving you this example, so if you want to do a workshop, you know what to talk about. The referral engine, they're currently paying a fortune, always chasing these new customers. They've got customers promising them that they will refer new business to them, but they never do. How do we solve that? The referral engine. It brings new customers to them without them having to pay automatically. So if they just take those problems and implement all of these solutions, which they can do themselves, it solves the problem. So they see the outcome of it all. They see the full system moving like a machine all the time. Day 1 was the problem. Day 2 is here's how you solve that problem. Now the light bulb moment happens in their mind. They think, okay, amazing. That's exactly what I want. I need to solve this problem. Now they feel a little bit overwhelmed. So it's day 2. It's okay for them to feel overwhelmed. I want this to be ticking along in their mind throughout the process, that this is a solution, but I feel overwhelmed about implementing it. If only there was another way. They can ask questions after day 2 about it. The questions will become a lot more specific on day 2 about how this could apply to their business. They'll now be wanting you to solve the problem because they're excited, right? They want you to now solve their problem. They feel overwhelmed. They want to do this. They want you to solve that problem. So they're asking questions. They're digesting it overnight as they sleep. They're waking up. They're getting the emails in the morning, reminding them to refresh on day 2, reminding them of what we did in day 1, reminding them of what we did on day 2, and to get ready for day 3. Time spent with you now from a much more educated position. It's a process. Then we move on to the final day. Now, one very, very important part here is not to think that day 3 is simply a pitch. It is not. We're still continuing the value. We're still continuing the process of value throughout. And we are presenting the solution at the very, very, very end. We're not pushing anything here. So by the end of day 2, they can see that this is not a collection of tools again, for AI legacy, it's a system that plugs revenue leaks they didn't even realize they had. Now they know they've got the problem. They know it wasn't their fault. They know what the solution is. They want the solution. Now they want to know how they implement it. They want to get clear on that. So day 3 is all about decision clarity. You walk them through 2 paths. How they build this themselves, what it takes to build this themselves. And of course, these systems, again, in this context, these systems would take the business owner months and months and months to build. And it would take them a lot of learning. They could get it wrong very, very easily. They only want the outcome. They don't want to do the work. They don't want any of that. But we want to give it to them because we promised them value. We promised them the outcome, the solution. If they want to do it, they know exactly how to do it. We're not holding things back. We will tell them everything. Any question they ask, we will tell them A to Z exactly how that is done. Then path B is we'll just install it for them. We'll do it all for them. Every piece of it. A to Z. We make it super easy, effortless, seamless, smooth for them. We don't tell them which path to choose here. You let them make the decision themselves. Because again, we're not selling anything. And this is the most authentic position you could operate from. We're never ever selling anything. We're not pushing. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're just letting them come to that decision themselves. If they want the fast track, if they want it all taken care of and done for them, they can work with you. Because we've had the problem, we've had the solution, we've had what it takes to implement themselves. Then you've got the solution to that secondary problem. Think about it like that, right? Exposed the initial problem, presented the solution. Solution makes sense. Let them digest that solution. Let them throw the scenarios towards you about what they can do right or how they apply it to their business. That then creates the second problem. How do I do this myself? We expose the problem further, then we provide the second solution. And it's as simple as that. That's exactly how we do it. Now, the key is faster, better, safer, right? We could, instead of doing it themselves, we can do it faster. We know what we're doing, so we do it more reliably. And then, of course, they've always got the support to make sure nothing actually goes wrong. So we create this safety. Remember earlier when I said safety as a key point to the workshops? We create this safety for them. We give them the clarity. This feels overwhelming and confusing. They want the outcome, the desire is there. We give them the clarity. You see how it's coming together now? Now, when it comes to this specific solution, we look at AI employees. They're not replacing. They are improving everything that operates within their business. It's outcome focused. So when you're presenting this, we're taking things away from them, right? We are saying, look, we can make things easier. We can help you make more money without spending a fortune. I'm always focusing on that outcome. And then it's the exact same for database reactivation. I'm pushing the problem of, look at all the leads you've spent a fortune on in the past, and we're converting those leads. We're making you more money from what you already have. So we're monetizing leads you've already paid for. We're basically, and I love to frame it this way, we're making up for the mistakes of the past. People love to do that, right? We're making up for the mistakes of the past. There's no additional ad spend, so I'm taking the objections away. You see how I'm making it easier though, right? Everything I'm saying, I'm not trying to sell the magic of AI employees or all the automations and the magic of it with database reactivation. No, not at all. All I'm doing is simply making this so simple and easy for them to progress and get the outcome they want that it's a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer to work with you. And then finally, you have reputation management here. So again, hoping that people leave reviews for you and experiencing the impact when they don't, to automate it, take it off your plate. You don't have to worry about anything. Build your 5-star reviews, improve your local visibility. simple, effortless, seamless. You'll notice a trend, right? Simple, effortless, seamless. Then the referral engine. So they're not, but we're basically pushing the point that they don't just happen naturally. Yes, people will promise you the world and promise you that they'll refer people, but they never do because people are busy. So they don't want to feel emotion awkward about asking, hey, do you know anyone that would benefit from this or for whatever? I remember back when I worked in finance, they used to have these fact find documents, and at the end of them, and this was like these were for leads. So you'd sit in front of a prospect, and they were not a client yet. I think they were they just signed as a client. They were completing the fact find. And then they'd ask at the end, awkwardly, do you know 3 more people who would benefit from a conversation with me? It was so awkward, right? People don't want to do that. They want the outcome. They don't want to deal with what it actually takes to get that. So we're systemizing it. We're making it easier, simpler, seamless, effortless. Again, you'll notice the trend. Every single thing, I'm taking the objections away. No ad spend. I'm taking away the objection of effort, complexity. We do it all for you. If they want to grow and they've spent 3 days understanding exactly how it works, they've thought about it, they've asked the questions, all of a sudden, the answer is right in front of them. They just have to decide if they want to take the hard path or the easier path, which is a much easier, simpler decision to make. They're on day 3 at this point. They have made the decision that is relevant to them. They have made the decision that they want it. They have made the decision that it makes sense for them. So we're only left with one decision. Do I want to do it the hard way or do I want to do it the easy way? And working with you is the much easier way, right? If I just get them to do it for me, way easier, so much easier. And think about the difference between what I've just said here and a webinar, right? A webinar is like hype building, not really giving any value, just keeping you in ambiguity, making it feel as if you're under a lot of pressure, and then pitching you for 60 minutes. Doesn't feel great. Whereas in this process, they've made the decisions throughout the process. They've got the answers to their questions. They've thrown the objections around. We've tackled the objections. They've had time to digest. They've had time to connect this to their business in particular. Now they've got one decision. We've isolated it down to one decision. They've built trust. There's no longer a trust barrier with you. All these questions about testimonials, reviews, etc., it's not relevant because the trust is built through time. You've built the trust naturally here. So it comes down to one single decision. Do they want to do it the hard way or do they want to do it the easy way? How much of an easier decision is that to make? So this is exactly how a single workshop can bring in 10 clients at once, because they're not going through this one by one with you. They are going through this at scale. There are 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 150 people going through this process at all times. Then you can combine it with things like posting on social media, right? So they watch the workshop. Then you've got additional content when they're scrolling, whatever they are, they're scrolling through TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, whatever, they see content. They listen to a little bit of it. That's a little bit more time. They open up their email inbox. They've got a message from you in there. They spend a little bit more time. They wake up the next day. They watch the recording to refresh maybe key parts that they wanted to refresh on. It's more time spent. They read one of your posts. It's more time spent. All of these things just compound to overcome all the challenges that you face when it comes to reviews and testimonials and references and all these kind of questions. But what if you just sent people through workshops all the time? And you can do it through email. You can send them through workshops. You can invite people to these workshops, send them through. Would I recommend you do a sales call after it? Yeah, 100% for $1,000 per month. Why? Because the customers that come through these workshops with you, they are not the ones that are going to stick around for a month. No, they're far more serious. They're far higher quality. They're going to stick around with you for a year. That's 12,000 a year from one simple customer, right? And you can do that 10 times with one workshop, if not 10 times that. That's 120,000 per year from a workshop. Because once you get to day 3 and they've spent 4 or 5 hours with you, of course they're far more qualified. Of course they're the real action takers. Of course they're the cream of the crop, right? They're the best people because they're going to take action. They're going to get the outcomes. They're going to get the results because they're self-starters. That's the difference. You're isolating them. So this is the magic behind all of this. You can keep running this evergreen at all times. Just keep this process running at all times. You can use your emails to send people into these workshops, invite them so that it does all the selling for you. Then when you book a call, it's so simple. It's not a case of selling someone. It's just a case of taking an order, basically, right? That's all it is. Taking the transaction. You can do it automatically if you want to, but for $1,000 per month, I'd probably, because they don't view that as $1,000. They view that usually as about $5,000 to $10,000. So it's worth a call. But again, it's a very simple call because they've been so indoctrinated for 3 days. You've taken all their objections away. They just need a slight refresh. Be the easiest sales call you've ever had. But that's the magic. Instead of chasing all these leads, you scale using this indoctrination process. You scale understanding. You give people the time. You give them the respect. You give them the value and the quality to trust you. You give them the reason to trust you. You build alignment with them. Once you run this workshop once, it becomes an asset. You touch up the recordings, tidy them up a little bit. You tighten the explanations that you have. You remove anything unnecessary, and now it can run live in January, February, March, April, May, etc. all year long, sending people through this process. This becomes the front door to your AI legacy service or any service for that matter. And the reason it works is so simple. Value creates movement, which then leads to clarity, builds commitment to it because they're not confused anymore, right? They can actually commit because there's belief behind it. And selling becomes the byproduct. We're not selling anything. We're indoctrinating. We're nurturing. That's the beauty of it. This is how you close 10 clients in one go without ever feeling like you sold anything at all. That's the magic of it. Now, I noticed a few questions in the chat here. Daryl, did you get the answer to your question? Now let me know. How do you get people to attend your workshops? Yep, good question. You can invite them through emails. You can drive traffic to the workshop sign-up page. You can run paid ads to it as well. You can do all of those. All of them work. All right. That wraps up the training for today. So I'm going to open up the room to any questions that you have, and it can be about this. It can be applying it to your scenario, what you want to do. It can be about anything. So I'll open up the room here. Who has a question? Feel free to unmute yourself and just fire away. And don't be shy. Whatever you need, let me know. Anyone got a question? If not, it's all good, but I know we always have questions.
Will there be a replay?
Of this or?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to soak this up.
Yes, there's always a replay every week.
Okay.
So don't worry about that at all. Right. Anyone else?
If it was possible, it was really helpful to do the training last time to have the the link that you send, that I can see the presentation as with the link. This one I have to present it as well, but to another partner, because he's specialized in training, and I think that we can run that kind of together, that kind of workshop basically in French. So I would like very much to be able to present it very clearly to him. So if you have that link, it'll be brilliant.
Of course, yeah, no problem at all. I'll start uploading those with the trainings.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else have a question? Did you find that informative? A little behind the scenes look, reasons why? Was it helpful? Let me know.
It was just to make a point. I run some webinar myself with another partner in the past, and it was painful at the beginning. And we closed some people and stuff, but I can really resonate with what you said about the difference between doing it that way and doing it on a webinar style, and it's so true. Even if we tried to deliver tons of value in the webinar, there was always that building up to the sales part, and it was like, I would say, a 50-50 at that point, and that feels so much more natural and not salesy, and that's I really like that approach.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm interested. Have you, or has anyone seen anyone run anything like this before? As I said, I didn't learn this anywhere. I just did it.
As challenge, 3-day challenges. I saw it run that way, and then with an offer at the end of the 3-day challenge. Yeah.
Okay. I do think it works. I think the problem you have with challenges is the requirement to take action. Now, those that do take action, great, wonderful. Yeah. But there's also going to be a lot of people who are not quite at the point, they don't have the belief yet to take action. So I always felt
and then they feel left out after the day 2 and stuff when they haven't done, and plus they feel like, oh, I didn't hold my part of the bargain in that way, and it's all that negativity coming in for them in that way. Yeah,
it's almost like they disqualify themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Throughout it. So that was always my thing about challenges is taking action. So this is something they consume essentially, and this is something where they can just, because again, it's more about the reason people want to do challenges is because, or the reason they run it is because taking action creates a quick win, which they believe builds belief, which of course it does, right? But you've then got the problem of, look, if you ask me on a Wednesday to take action, no chance. I don't have time to take it. It doesn't matter how much I want to, I can't do it. So, there's different days where people can and can't do things, especially if you're working with people like that are running a business. There's going to be times where they just can't do things. So then you're going to lose that person just because, what you have to do is build belief. So this kind of solves that problem.
Talking about that, if there's specific days that do you recommend to run it for?
Don't run it over Thanksgiving. That would be
no, but I mean, like, is it better to do it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on? Oh.
I'm kidding. So I would say that to maximize those that are there with you live, I would probably run it Tuesday through Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. One of those two. The reason why is Monday, they're too in the middle of stuff. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday works fine. I personally love Wednesday, Thursday, Friday because Friday is a happy day. Everyone's happy Friday. They're in a more buying mood. So yeah. And then it leads you to the weekend. And again, both of those work because a lot of the sales and things will come in the next few days rather than the day of, right? It doesn't always happen the day of. So I can go for 4 days because people watch the replay. So you have to build it's more like a 7 to 8 day period usually that you want to have the sales process. I'm just going to hop in the chat here. They're also asking, in addition to the website, is it useful to build a funnel to get leads to book appointments? Yes, there are, but in the websites that we have built, if you go to the service pages, those have been somewhat built like a sales funnel for that specific service. So so yes, it is beneficial, but you kind of have that there. For running it to a workshop, I would of course do a separate workshop funnel, just because it would be a lot shorter, just to opt into it. Daniel's asking, is there an SOP coming our way for how to launch it? This is something I actually thought this morning. I think that would be beneficial and created this. So if it's something that is popular, I might well do that, yeah. But again, this is just something I thought this morning. You might like to see this. And you're also asking, do you show your face on these workshops or you just follow the slides? It seems still, Yeah, it's the same style I do them. You can. I think showing your face would be helpful. I tend to just like to focus on what I'm saying rather than having to worry about, I don't know. Like, I don't really know what I'd be worried about, but
I think you can show your face at the beginning, for example, and then after when you move to the slides, then you just present the slide. I think that can be both of best of both worlds in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's a really good one that happens basically every year by Brendan Bouchard, and he is like a big event, kind of like the Alex Hormozy event, right? Kind of like that one where there's a stage and they're presenting, and they're always one day. They build a lot of trust because they're there in person, delivering. So I do think that helps, but I would still do a hybrid. I would do the 3-day because there's so much. You do not believe the amount of thought that goes into that overnight process. You might think, oh, what if I lose people? No, because the second day resets it and builds the excitement back up. It's like a cycle. So you're not going to lose people in between those times, and it builds so much more trust. It builds so much more. It tackles so many more objections. So I would do it like that for sure. So yeah, the same way I do it. Yep, Olivier.
What could be helpful maybe would be like a little checklist of what do we need to put that complete thing in place. So we're gonna need like the different slide for the 3 days. We're gonna need like reminders, emails, like if we get like a little checklist just to figure out the overall structure of everything. I know we lived it, but yeah, I will go back to check for the email and all of that, but it'd be handy just to have a very, very quick overview, like, okay, this is about the assets that you need to have to optimize your chances on that. That'd be great.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a problem. I would say it's probably a lot simpler than.
Yes, sometimes I overthink that kind of thing, so maybe I overthink it.
There's certainly emails, we certainly send them out. I'd say it's a lot. It's not like oftentimes with webinars you have this elaborate, because I've seen them, like elaborate flows and things like that. It's just simple, because what I want is I don't want people buying from the email. I want them going through the workshop, because it's about quality of person, so it's the right people, right? So my emails basically push them back to the workshops each day, and we'll do a little checklist and see, because I'm trying to think here exactly what's involved. Because what you need is the slides for 3 days. I do scripts and turn them into slides, so I do scripts for 3 days, and that then creates the slides. Then you need your build-up posts. So your emails and posts, you automate that, you build it up. Then you have the day off where you send out 3 emails that it's going live. Then you have the recording going out that same day. Then the next day is they're sending out the recording once again. Then it's day 2 is going live. Repeat, right? So there's quite a few emails, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's like a crazy elaborate thing to worry.
But see, just that timeline that you gave, that's very nice to have that clean and clear in our minds. Yeah. And by experience, through your experience, usually to speak for an hour and a half, how many slides does you put on average to be able to hold that kind of time?
One of the most
I saw very different between you. I find it's way less slide than a lot of other people I saw on webinars and stuff, which I like. So, but
there's a reason for that. So I do less slides. I could do probably like between 20 and 40 slides, roughly around about there per day. But the most important part, sometimes it can be a lot less than that too. The most important part is what I do on the slide. I don't just always read directly from the script. I will, and you can build them into your script. I do it a little bit off the cuff, but you could build it into your script, little stories, right?
Yeah, story examples. I noticed that.
They build connection. So you can build them in. I as I said, I love to just run. Okay, maybe it's probably experience, right? It's probably having done this so many times. I do like to just roll with it. but you could build it because like the reason I'm good at this is because in my head it just sort of happens, whereas Alyssa is very mechanical, right? She would need it in front of her like a SOP. So there's two different sides, two different types of people, right? And I think you could have it, your stories written down, right? Where you can just.
No, I'm more like you. I think the first time you need maybe to have it written and stuff, but after that, after you did it a couple of times, it will get so much more natural. You got your stories in your head to illustrate that point and that point, and it just comes on that. Yeah,
exactly. And it doesn't. The one thing you have to remember is it does not have to be perfect at all, right? It can be because the problem is webinars of the past, they were so structured, so kind of like reading slides. Sometimes just having the conversation is better.
Well, people value authenticity more and more. So basically, the more authentic you are and the more conversational you are, the best I find for me. That's how I connect way better with people that way. So
for sure. So a lot of people, and I know a lot of people will say to me, "Well, I'm nervous about it. I'm worried about presenting. What if I make mistakes? Is it perfect?" Honestly, none of that matters at all. It's more about being authentic. It's about as if you're just chatting with someone. And you can chat with people on it too, you know.
I get the same thing with clients who are scared to make videos and think that they need the super polished videos. And when you look a little bit in video marketing, which kind of videos make sometimes the best, most viral numbers, and sometimes they are not polished at all. And it's just more about the content and the way the person came across. So and the value which is inside it. So
exactly, it's so much easier than it even seems. It's just getting over that first one, you know, doing the first one and feeling, you know, I would say it's much easier to pre-record it and just let people run through it when you don't even know. That's a great starting point. Is it going to be quite as effective as live? No, but you don't have to do it live in your first one. There's no reason to. You don't have to. I certainly didn't. So I can do them live now, but
I did, and I had all the technical problem you can imagine. I had a computer blowing up, getting hot and blowing up. It was fun.
Oh, the joys of live
yes,
action.
the joy of live and technical things. Yes,
but I think there's a lot that comes from getting to a point where you just don't care what people think. There's going to be someone that's more perfect than you. There's always going to be that. But when you get to a point where you just don't care and you just think, you know what, people can have their opinions. The right people will always come to me and they can have their opinions. They can do whatever they want. People are not going to like me. Some people will find it just won't connect, and that's fine. But that's okay. It's like, you know, this is a crazy example, but in Glasgow, for anyone that knows Glasgow, there are two football teams. You get Celtic and you get Rangers, and they're big divide between the two of them. And you think, well, if you were, and there's colors, right? There's green and there's blue. If you were the wrong color through different parts of the city, you're going to be in trouble, right? So it's like a big thing. For example, Subway, everyone knows that Subway logo is green. In the parts of the city that are the other side, they change the color of the logo, which they don't do anywhere else in the world, right? So you might think, well, you have to cater to everybody. No, the businesses that do the best, pick a side. The plumbers that do the best only work with one side of the equation, and it's not because of like the hatred or whatever. It's because the ones that are loyal to one side will gravitate towards it. It's like polarizing. The ones that really get it will gravitate to one side. At scale, yes, you lose people on the other side, sure, but you'll get so much more just by picking a side rather than trying to please everybody, right? So the moral of this story is to just not care and pick your side and be yourself and have your style, knowing fine well that some people are not going to get it, some people are not going to like it, and that's perfectly fine. We do not care, because the ones that do get you, that do like you, will come in numbers. That's the key. Crazy way to explain that, but hopefully it gives you some context, not just into Glasgow itself. But Daryl, you're asking, are there some there are some steps to do for fulfillment provided, but can you explain briefly, conceptually, how we do the fulfillment once the customer gets onboarded? It's relatively simple, Darrell. You basically want to get the client a Go High Level account, or sub account rather. You want to either connect their domain / just, if you want to be easy, buy a domain for them. It's like $12. They pay you $1,000. It's $12 is nothing to it, right? I would just, for simplicity, buy a domain, and then I would get them to either send me their list of leads, or they upload their list of leads. Then you've got the automations pre-built. You just tag the list of leads, and it will send it into the automations. That's the overall fulfillment side, and you can connect it to when customers, but through calendars, you can connect the review automations. You can connect the referral from any customers that they have that, or you can run the referral one generally across the board. Database reactivation, you just tag them to go through the automations, and AI employee, you can just install it into their business through a phone number, and you can also install it on their website. So that's conceptually, that's kind of how the picture looks with it. And Phil said in the chat there, I don't think I've ever seen Nell's face. Phil, I think you had to hop out there, but have a look. If you watch, I know you're watching the recording, have a look on YouTube. You'll see it. You'll see my beautiful face there. And Daniel Sass saying it says challenging, show your face for the intro and outro. Yeah, just like Olivier said. Let's see here. All right, that looks like I've covered off all the questions. So does anyone else have any questions they wanted to ask? Feel free to ask whatever. No worries, Vince. You're all good. Anybody else? Give you a few more seconds here. No? No more questions? Going once, going twice? No worries, Olivier. That's all good. All right, I'll take that as a sign that there are no other questions, and I'll wrap up the training on this one. Thank you for coming, everybody. Hopefully you found value. I will post the recording of this and put it in the WhatsApp group, put it on Facebook, send it out via email. You will see it. So if you want to watch the recording, feel free. I'll consider an SOP for this if you want to run it. Vince, yep, go for it. Can't hear you again. I can see you're unmuted, but I can't hear anything. Still nothing. Do you want to leave it in the chat, Vince, or is that? Okay, if you want to ask it in the chat, I will keep an eye on it. The B.
Separate snapshots.
Now I can hear you actually, Vince.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to have to stay with my laptop. I'm on my desktop, and for whatever reason, Chrome will, like, my speakers keep going in and out. I guess that's doing the same thing with my mic. So my question was, last week you said that the separated snapshots or niche and separated niche and knowledge base would be sometime this week. Is that still by the end of this week, or?
I have to check on that one. The training that we did for it took a bit longer than we thought it would. There was just a lot more videos than we thought there were going to be. So that took us longer, so it delayed things, but I'll double check on that. I'm not entirely sure, but I can certainly double check.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, no worries, no worries. All right. Anybody else? Any last questions? No? All right. Perfect. Well, I'll wrap up the call, everyone. Thank you for coming. As ever, any questions that you have, please ask. Whatever you need in WhatsApp, to support an email, Facebook, whatever you need, please ask away. Don't be shy. Whatever it is, we'll take care of it. And we'll keep on cracking on from here. Thanks for coming, everybody. I'll wrap up the call now. See you, everyone. See you.